Hello everyone. I think we can get today's stream started now. I have to say I really thought a lot about how we are going to approach the next steps, and I have so many thoughts in my head. I'm not even quite sure where we are going to get started today. I think there will be quite a few experiments where we are not quite sure if the chosen approach is the right one. But I guess we will see. Let me just pull down the camera a bit. Yeah, that's better. Okay, maybe let's first take a look at our plan here. So what did we do on day one? We set up some goals and non-goals. We started with the virtualization of our table. This is something that we carried over until yesterday, where we finally finished off this table virtualization. So now we have this table where we can have frozen columns. So the first two columns, when I scroll to the right, are always sticky. And the same thing with frozen rows at the top and at the bottom, and of course columns on the right, that we have these 9 areas. So top left not moving, top right not moving, bottom left not moving, bottom right not moving, and then these 5 areas that are moving in sync, so that users can scroll through the grid while still seeing the most important information, so to say. That took quite a bit longer than expected, but we took our time to really refactor the component, so that as a result, we had really some small components that were really easy to understand, easy to parse, so that it's much easier to find any bugs. So for example, this virtualized grid main component, only 140 lines. And most of them are just easy setup lines, so that it's really easy to follow what's happening here if and when any bugs happen. Then we already started with the column resize. So on the country, we can already display that we can change the width of a column. And here you can really see the benefits of Solid's fine-grained reactivity. So at the moment, we just specified one signal for the width of that column. And we can just access that global signal from anywhere we want, change it. And only the thing that's dependent on this data, so how wide this column is, will recalculate. In our earlier grids, it was much harder to define which dependencies a piece of data had, so that we had lots of over calculations, so to say. So we had to recalculate stuff that was not really required, and which led us to implement this resizing, not in real time. But you only get a line when you move the mouse, and the resize only happens when you stop clicking and stop dragging. But here in Solid, as you can see, super easy to just update the signal, and everything else updates in real time without any problems. So now we have this data grid component. We already start with a basic interface. Let's take a look at that. So we first have this, where is it here, create grid, where we just supply all the required generics, so that everything else that we want to define on this grid will be completely type safe. So we know in this grid, we will be displaying persons. So each row is one person. Then we used this column builder interface, this builder pattern, where we could just pass in a list of column objects. Maybe let's remove some of those, because we just added many columns to have some demo data, so that we can showcase the scrolling effects. But we can remove those. Let's do it like that. Yeah, now we only have these columns. I can still, I think, resize the country. Yeah, perfect. So I have to define these columns here, and when I want to add a column, quite sure if I missed any title. Let's add maybe a time column, where we need to define the title for the column and the component that will render each column. And here the cool thing is we can just use any signals that we want. Maybe let's do it like that. No, set no. Go to create signal. And we're going to update that. Once every 200 milliseconds, for example. We just put in a new date and we return something. And maybe let's just return now dot get time string to time string to locate time string. That's good. Of course, we need to clear the interval. On cleanup. So right now we have the time in every cell right here. It's just updating itself, no problem whatsoever. So we can just use anything that we want inside of our grid items. So we can render whatever we want. And we get the autocomplete, which properties are still missing. We can add documentation right here to the column definitions so that we can get a bit of an explanation without being too much dependent on documentation. So we define these columns right here with our builder interface. And then we pass in the columns into the personGrid.grid component, where we pass in all the columns, all the items, and the width and the height of the total grid itself. And now we have this data grid visible in the user interface. Just for testing purposes, yesterday I added the frozen areas right here. So this will basically be calculated from the columns at a later point in time. But so far, we only add the we only need the frozen row for the header column. So what we want to do today, in the original plan, we wanted to start with groups and filters, but we first need to finish stuff right here, so sorting and column resize. And I want to add a bit of styling stuff, and we need the header menu for sorting. So these are the stuff that we want to do today. So a bit of styling, where we want to define where we're handling state in our grid component. And then we're going ahead with the header menu and the sorting stuff. So I'm not quite sure if we can already get started with the groups, but maybe we have to push the groups back to Thursday, but we will have to see how far we are going to get today. Okay, so now about my thoughts. When we talk about the resizing of the columns, then we know why is that not working for now. Whoops, that was not the right one. Do we have any errors right now? What did I change that I broke that? I just changed the frozen areas, and that's a bit odd. Let's take a look at why that is not working now. Let's first check the signal, if the signal is still changing on mouse move. Oh, and now it's working again. I just had to refresh the page. Don't really know what was up there. Yeah, after refresh, it's working again without the console log. A bit odd. But okay. Now, the column width. It's totally clear that we need some place, some signal to handle or to keep the column width. But at the moment, I'm not sure if this is something that is living within the grid, inside of our grid component. So I could just do a const column width, set column width, something like that. I could do something like that, and then the state for the column width would be living within the data grid itself. It means whenever we want to access the state, we need to expose it somehow. So maybe when we want to expose the column width outside of the grid, then we need some kind of access to this internal state. The other option would be to define the column width on the column itself as a signal. For example, like that. We could add the column width like that, and then it would be quite natural to just change, access the signal of this column, maybe look it up by ID or whatever, and then we can just change the column width of exactly that column. So that would be the other option. This would allow users of our library to add some kind of wrapper stuff as long as within the column width there is a signal. So we could add a create persisted signal, something like that, for example. This is something that we could do so that the column width of exactly this column is persisted. But then we also need to add this logic to every other column definition right here, which would be a bit of a downside. So for the column width itself, I don't think we are going to do that, but maybe for stuff like the filters, it might come in handy to do that, to define signals for the different fields of the columns. And then maybe we could move the persistence inside of the column and just set it when we redraw the application, so that we have a small setup phase. I'm not quite sure how we are going to do that, how I want this to be working. Because we have lots and lots of states that really are tied to the column, like the column width, for example, the current filter of a column, some templates and some column state that is applied to this column that can maybe be changed, or something like that. And this could just live on the column itself. But that would mean that accessing it via the grid would be a bit more cumbersome, or having library internal logic for these signals would be a bit more cumbersome, because they are created outside of the library. We could maybe provide our own little helper functions. So let us say grid column width with an initial value of 200, for example, and this internally would just create a signal, and then all of our columns would directly do that. But users of the grid still have the option to skip that. So maybe we can add a dynamic mid-grid column width. We could have a fixed column width. So that we don't have to are allowed to change it. For example, for the action column, I don't think it makes much sense to have that one be resized, because right now it is, I think. If I can find the header here. Let's take a look at that one here. There's the cell. Oops. And here's the resizing of this cell. I think I want to try that approach. But then maybe I want to wrap that, because maybe for the filter. There we could also have helper functions that have a render filter function and stuff like that. And there we can also just place the different kinds of signals in there directly. I think we're going to do that. So maybe let's go back to our column template and let's define that we have a column width that is living on the column. And this is either our number directly when it's a fixed column width or a signal. And now let's just check what create signal returns. Do we have a create signal in here? Okay, so we just have the signal return. Oh, that's perfect. So now we have this column width be a signal or a number. In case when it's a fixed column, then we just apply a number right here. And then we can add helper functions. Date or get. I'm not quite sure if we're going to do that here. Let's add a feature folder. Column resize. Maybe we want to add those functions on top of our create grid. Where is it? Where's our app here? Let's change the order of that. We could add these functions on sort of the person grid, so that you're saying person grid dot resizable column. That could come in handy when we need fields that are dependent on the generic. So for example, the filter could come in quite handy. I think we're going to do that. So we have this, let's see how I called everything else. Column template, export function, dynamic, column width, initial width, number. And then we can just for now return create signal with the initial width, and then we can replace that with the we can replace it with a persisted signal. But for persistence, we need some kind of, so for example, when we want to persist the column width in local storage, then we need a key for that local storage. So we need to access, so on our create grid function, here we want to have a grid key that we can use for persistence. Let's just call that person grid. And then we need, in our dynamic column width, we need to have access to the column itself. Because when I want to, when I need a key in here, I have to access the column itself, the column template, and use, maybe we are going to do it like that. We have a key for each column, and the title is then optional, so that we can have a fallback. Let's do it like that with all optional values. Column template definition the item. So the item definition are everything that you have to pass in as a user of this component, where the title is optional. But on a real column template, we want to provide defaults for these values. Maybe the column width is optional as well. So that means inside of our grid builder, we can pass in definitions. And we want to return column template, column templates. So now we have to transform the definitions column template definition to add defaults to column template definition. So we have this definition here, which is a column template definition of the item, and this should return a column template of the item. We're just spreading in the definition itself, and then we have to add defaults, for example, for the title, which will just be as a default. And we just are going to use the key as a default value. So what else is within the column width is missing? Let's do it like that. Definition.column width or 200, let's say, for the default. And now we can just map that to add the defaults. Can we? So we have one definition and return one template. This is correct. The return type here, the item is in the wrong place there. Now we can remove that because we're just using the add defaults function right here. So of course now we have missing stuff, so the title field has to be renamed to be key. And this will then just reuse the title. So let's add, for example, here actions, but use title as an empty string, because we don't want to render anything inside of the title. So now we can add keys to that. And now for the column width things. So maybe we should add a generic interface for all those column helpers that can help us with our column definition. We could change the interface to be not column width, but a function that gets past the column template itself. Like that. Because then we could return this function here and have access to the column template. But that would mean that we have many places where we would have to provide functions, and then we always have to make the decision if we need the function or not. How can we do it otherwise? So we could argue that every property then has to be a function, only to get access to the other fields of the template, like the key, for example. Then we also need to add to these props, we need to add the template is already there. Yeah, let's do that. So let's define it like this. On the column template definition, you want to return it's a bit weird, yeah. You know, when you're taking a look at the template definition, you see column width, and this all of a sudden has to be a function returning a number or signal. Do I like that? But this allows us to really maintain flexibility, because then you can really do anything for the column width. So you could theoretically add and then add a timeout. Or add an interval. Oops, that was not correct. Where we could just from within change the column width periodically. This would add the restriction of making sure that build columns is always called in a tracking context in Solid, so not on a global level, but always within a component. But there's not really a problem, I think. This gives you the flexibility, but of course for the column width itself, this is not really so. But for the persistence itself, it would be good for the persistence. But then we have multiple different states. So for each column would have its own local storage access. So when we remove a column, we have this overhanging local storage entry that we could clean up if we had one grid, one consolidated grid state that we use for persistence. Otherwise, we could just use the key and maintain the persistence within the grid itself. So when you pass in the columns to the grid persists these column widths when they change. I don't see any really obvious advantages of each approach. So I'm really not sure how I'm going to decide that. For the column width, it is kind of weird to place in a signal for the column width. But otherwise, you could add with the helper functions, you could just define stuff like fixed columns and frozen fixed column widths and stuff like that. But because otherwise, you would need some kind of resizable prop like that. You have to add true or false. It really comes down to if we want one centralized store for all of our states within our grid, or if we want to have separated states. The centralized states would make debugging much, much easier. It would make persistence much, much easier. But on the other hand, there will always be the case where users add their own states to the grid that belong to the grid but will not live within the grid library because the grid library does not know about these states. So we have this the independence problem anyway. Otherwise, I definitely already know that I want to have some kind of column groups. So for example, let's say you have the turnover that you make with the product in each month, and then maybe the sizes of the columns should be locked for these column groups. When we have a signal, then we can, when defining the columns, we can just return the same signal and then resize all those columns at the same time. I really like that flexibility because then we could add some kind of helper function where you could say column width grouped column width, and then you add a key for the group name, something like volume, for example, and all the columns, all the column width with this volume just share the signal with each other. Or we could prepare the signal here and then pass it in here for each column. I think I'm going to do that. I think this will give us much flexibility on the cost of being a bit more complex in the interface. So here we pass in the column template. And return number or signal. I think this is cool. Like that. Is that not correct? Do we need to add the brackets here? On the template, maybe let's just do it like that. On the template itself, we already have the number or the signal. So when this is present, then we are calling the function definition dot column width. Otherwise, let's return the base. Of course, we need to add the not the template right here, but the template definition or the template. I think we're going to use the template. Then we have to keep it lazy. So maybe let's just do it like that. Like that. So that is always a function returning the column width or the definition. So const template, column template item. And we can return the template and pass in the template here. Then we don't need the resizable prop because we can just decide that by using number or create signal. Now let's maybe just start with the documentation. The component that will be rendered for each item row of that column. The column width. For columns with fixed width, and a signal for resizable columns. Use the grid helper functions for common use cases. So let's leave that for now, because I think we will just not add these helper functions for now for the column width. So we're just going to use create signal for now. Or maybe we should add a bit more context. For example, we have the template from the column, and maybe we have other global props that we passed in with the for the grid itself to that one here. From the grid config. Grid key string. Let's do it like that. And then we can add the grid config here. We can inject the grid config in the definitions right here. Yeah, I like that. Here's the definition, but we also want the grid config is global grid config. Like that. Like that. So we have a grid key here that will land on the person grid. Now whenever we use something on the person grid, we can just inject the grid configs. I think we'll add something like aggregations to that as well. I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see where we are going to add that. Now let's go back to our column template. So our column width. So let's maybe export type column function args. Just for the base stuff, so that we can add the template there. And we want to add the grid config there, global grid config. And now we can just add that, the item, to the arguments of our functions. So the column template definition. Like that. And so we have our props and the column function args. And the same thing will be happening here. but on the template, we don't want to call it every time with the, but only on the initial setup. So we have to carry that one. I think the item is okay to leave as that, because the item will be provided every time, I think. No, that's not correct. There will be a default for that as well. We have the column width. What is missing? Grid config, like that. Okay, okay. And now the column width will always be just a signal like that, or like that. We could add a wrapper. Wait, let's do that. So in our column template definition, it's also possible to just directly provide a number. If you really have, if you really want to keep it simple. And this number will then be the fixed column width. And otherwise you have to provide a signal. Maybe let's just do it like that. Makes the interface a bit more complex, so it can be a number, it can be a signal, or a function returning number or signal. That's cool, because then I can really add the persisted column width there and have the values available. Defines the width of a column. Provide a number for or a function returning a number for columns with a fixed width. Provide a signal or a function returning a signal for columns with for resizable columns. And now, yeah, and in here we always want to have I think we can do it like that. Oh no, because we want to have the template, we need to have it as a lazy function. Let's add an inline function right here. So for that case, we want to return that. If it's a signal type of definition dot color width. Array is array. Is there an is signal function? No. And if it's a function, if definition.column width is null or undefined, it can only be undefined, then we return the default. And now we should be able to call that with the grid config and the template. No? Like that. Yeah, he's losing the... Okay, this is always returning a function. We can just do it like that. Then we return 200. If the definition is a number, then we return the number. If it's an array, we return that array. And otherwise, we call the function. Okay. Okay. Now we can have these resizable columns, but it can also work like that. And we have that one, the date of birth, and we want to make that How are we going to do that? So I want that to be animated, but we will do that later. Let's do that a bit later. So we will just add the signal right here. Like that, and now we can go into our cell component. Let's remove that file for now. Oops. Let's go to our cell component, and here we probably are missing the grid config here. The cell props also need... Oh no! I don't have the grid config right here. So now we definitely need a context. So the grid itself has to define some context value where we can pass in all the global stuff. We could of course also put that on the rows. That would also work, but it's a bit unneeded there. I could also add another layer of components right here because, oh no, in here I don't even have access to this global stuff. Because that one is returning the data grid. Yeah, in here we also need let's do it like that. So we have data grid props. Let's add the grid key string. Now we need to adapt. Like that. Now the grid key is missing. So we are going to see config.grid key. Now that is working. Now we have access in the grid. Now we can spread that in here. And add so we have the virtualized grid props, but also the grid key, which is a string. need the grid key in the item cell. I think we should add a context now. I think we should do that because sooner or later we are going to need that. Grid context, export, type, data, grid, context. So on this context, what do we want? We want the global grid config. We want the grid props. I think that's it for now. On data grid context is create context. You. So this says also be everything has to be wrapped inside of a function, inside of that create grid stuff. So each grid has its own context, and that's okay. So we have the context. We need the item here, the item, like that. And then we can put that on top of our builder. Can we do that? No, we want that this is our grid context. So we don't even have the item right here. Right? So I create the grid right here. Here I could return the typed grid context. But it's not provided. So then I can add that to the grid and provide that. So create grid returns, something like build columns, the grid component, and now the grid context is not even needed, like that. And then we can but our data grid cell. So everything inside of the builder needs to be, that definitely needs to be spread passed around to everything. Oh, that one needs to be passed around to everything. Right? So within our cell, we want to be able to access these global arguments like the context, for example. The context is dependent on the global arguments. So that it is typed correctly. So we will create it in here. We will create it in here and return it. And then this created context will be passed around internally and put into the context here in a provider. Okay. So we are creating the grid context. Now let's first create the context value. In here we want to return that one, the item. We need grid props and that, global config. So let's add that config. So now this is just the grid context that we are going to No, it's just arguments for the grid context. We will be adding some kind of functions, for example, later in here. Yeah, we will maybe add functions in here at a later point in time. So we are creating the context value. So for our context as arguments, we need those two. Like that. And then we can just spread the config in here for now. And we need to create a context, or we can do that. Yeah, we can directly do that in the builder. So const grid context is create data grid context value, where we pass in config. What is missing? The grid props are missing. Yeah, I don't have the grid props right now. Because I could just move the grid props to the global stuff. Let me just check what are the grid props for now. Width height is only for rendering the grid important. The list of items, yeah, that is kind of important globally, I think. So I think we have to move that. No, I need the items to define the columns. But the columns is also something that might that it is worthwhile to have available globally. Maybe we should. Maybe we should move the context stuff inside of our inside of the create grid and move all arguments inside of that grid. I think we should do that. But we need the measurement. Okay, width and height maybe can live on the grid itself because it's only important for virtualization. But the items and the columns and the grid itself. Okay, let's do that. Items will be signal, of course, an accessor. But I can't have the column templates. What? Wait. We are building circles. So when creating the grid, I want this global context value that just keeps all information about the grid. But I want to to supply the generics first and only then. So we need inside of the grid builder, okay, more layers of functions. Create grid builder. And in here we will only supply the generics, nothing else. Like that, so that you can build columns with that, and this will just be the column definitions, and the grid, which will just be the correctly typed data grid. Do we need that already? Because then we can just provide the context value, and this will already have the generic. So we only need, so far we only need the build columns. But maybe if you pack, no, let's not do that. Let's just add the build grid right here function, and the build grid function will receive export type data grid context input. we receive some kind of input like the grid key, which is a string. So we are going to build the grid input, build grid input, the item. And this should return the context value. So this is just the input, data grid context input, the item. And this will build the data grid context. So this will have all fields from the input and maybe some additional stuff like the, let's do that later, but the columns will be there, the items will be there, and stuff like that. Return input for now, like that. Okay, so now we can build the context input. Return create data grid context value. Input. Build grid. Build context, build columns, that's okay. Is that used somewhere? I don't think so. Now we can, in our grid builder, the grid itself will get free props. The context is a data grid context. Now it's coming together. We get that via props, and now we need the theoretically we need some kind of provider and consumer mechanism to pass that down to the data cell, but we can also just do it like that. No, I think we should add that to context. I think that's viable. Maybe we should even export const data grid context is create context data grid context unknown. What? Oh, it's the wrong import. We of course need the solid context. Yeah, now it's working. Okay, then we have the data grid context. Then maybe we have a manual context provider. Yeah, I think that's good. Data grid context. Oh no. You have a data grid context of type the item. Return data grid context. We need children as well. Children. Element. Value is props.value. And we are providing props.children like that. What is missing? You need the provider. And one to many, like that. And now we need the consumer. So then maybe we want to add the consumer to the builder here as well. Like a use context right here, so that it is typed correctly. Oops. We don't need any arguments. This is so cool. In the React world, we had to pass in a selector right here, do all this manual diffing. And we just don't need that, because whenever you use fields and implicitly subscribe to fields, Solid will just handle the dependencies and handle the re-renders. So this will be a lot simpler to use in the end. Use data grid context. Context value is use context. Data grid context. If not context value, throw new error. No data grid context found. Provider found. Like that. Now we can add the use context right here. Like that. And now we can have the typed context. And now this is the most important thing in the context. In here we will define all those data handling functions, maybe some kind of updates like column resizes and stuff like that. Maybe. I'm not quite sure yet if we are going to do that. Maybe we will not be doing that in a centralized way, which might make it a bit easier. But I think with grouping and filters and stuff like that, I don't know yet. Let's see. Okay, so our grid. Where were we? So we somewhere in our app define our person grid is create grid builder. Like that. We can of course do that inside of the function as well, inside of here. Then we are building the columns. Let's first build the context value. Oh, we need the columns for that. So first let's define the columns, then define the context. And we need, but this is an accessor. If for some reason we want this to be dynamic, then we can do that. Oh, there we have to be careful. You have to be careful to do that, to have a fixed value there, so a create memo. Yeah, we can define them like that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we define the columns. Items is an accessor of the item array. What else do we provide in the grid? Nothing else so far. So in here we are going to say columns. Columns? Why is that not working? Because those are the template definitions. Template definitions. So we will transform that. Can we do that directly in here? Build columns? No, because we need the context value for the transformation. Yeah, we need the context value for the transformation. And so we have to defer that to later. So we're going to do that in here, in the context value. Columns will be data, column template, the item list. Yeah, and now input, but let's overwrite the columns and blah, 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 blah. Add defaults. And we pass in the context. Oh, I don't have the context value yet. But this doesn't matter because it's just lazy. It's just a create memo. I hope this will all fall into places quite soon. We have to do map array here, of course, again, map array. Input.columns. And in the mapping function, we are calling add defaults, definition, and context. Generate context. Yeah, now we can just use the context in here as well. Like that. Data read context. Context. Context here, that's good. So this is working. Now we need the context. So the context, but this will also be an accessor, of course, like that. And we need to call that. Yeah, okay. So now we have our grid context. So that one has to be of type any. So that one is working. Now let's go to our grid. Props.context.items. Wait. The item row. Why is that an accessor of items? Oh, the array is at the wrong place. So we have an accessor of column templates, that's correct. And here we have an accessor of items like that. So now we can we? So this is already an accessor, so we can do it like that. Props.context.columns like that. Now that one is working again. Now let's fix the cell. I think we don't need that anymore. So what's your problem? Property context is missing. Virtualize grid cell props. It doesn't have a context. Why is there a context missing? Ah, that one is the problem. Yeah, in here. Okay, there it's defined that the context is missing, so that is correct. So the context is use data grid context. Like that. Now we are getting pretty close. So now we can just render the data grid and pass in the context like that. Grid key is person grid, and the items are persons, store.persons or an empty list. And we pass in the context here. Nothing happens. Kind of like the context before initialization. Grid context line 35. Because create memo is directly calling that once. Ew. So I would have thought that create memo would defer the creation until someone subscribes or uses that value actually. But I guess Solid is not really lazy in many places. So we could defer that to be a function. So the context would be an accessor. That could work, yeah. And then we could also do it much earlier. Then we could also do it, could we? Inside of our builder in here. No, because we don't have the context yet. Okay. Well, then we'd need to let that be an accessor. I think that is okay. Let's just push this out all the way. Like that. Like that. Like that. Yeah, now the data grid provider is missing, that's correct. And we can just add that anywhere we want. Which is quite useful, because then we can just access that anywhere we want. I think let's just do it. Wait, let's just add a provider here. And this is a function. Oh no, because I don't have the context here right now. But we can, on the other hand, build context, create data with context value. And we could put the provider in the context value, but that would be a bit odd. So let's just do it like that. Data grid context provider. Then we're using the data grid. Okay, this is working again. And now we can get to the resizing of columns. Because in here, I think maybe we want to do that, all of those actions. I think we want to do the actions all in the context. So I'd like to use I don't want to add the value here when building that and then use that here, because then I have to add the columns, for example, here and here. And I don't really like that. But sadly, again, this is a generic function and I cannot infer the generic return type from that function. Wait, is TypeScript 4.7? Oh, not even the blog post of 4.5 is online yet. Yeah, TypeScript 4.6. No, these functions are not yet available. I need 4.7 for that to work. So my only other option is to convert that into a class. And I really hate that. So we would need a class data grid context value, data grid context. Can I do that? I don't think I can do that, right? Oh, yes, I can. Oh, but I don't think that's really worth it. Let's just add all those fields specifically. So we have a constructor where we have a private input data content input the item. You know what? I'm not making that. It's a field like that. And now we want, yes, we want that private, because then we can just say grid key is this dot input dot grid key, right? Can we do that? No, we can't. Ah, I hate that. You could transform that into getters. Ah, the limitations of TypeScript. All of this just leads me to the point where I have to define all fields on a type level and a value level, because I cannot get it to work with inference here. Yeah, but I want the generic on the... So I have this generic on my context value, because the columns are generic, and when I access the columns from in here, I want it to be type safe. I'm not quite sure how I will be able to do that, what I want. And because in the new TypeScript versions, the orders of these fields are changed. So they are called before the constructor function itself. So the input will not be set before these fields are defined. And this is why TypeScript complains. Input is used before its initialization. So I would have to do that like this. This dot grid key is input dot grid key. But now I have to define the field of that. And now I'm back again that I have to define the runtime value and the type grid key string separately. And this is annoying because I know that this is a string because it's coming from input, and I don't want to retype that up here. And this is a problem with the newest targets. Oh, this makes classes such a pain to work with because you always have to define everything twice. You have to define the field and then you have to set the field. You have to define the field and then you have to set the field again. You could convert everything to functions, but much of this stuff is not a function. For example, when I want to add a signal, then it's a field. Then I have to access other fields maybe. I want to add memos, for example. So and I want to have a setup function right here. Yeah, I want this create context value function, but I don't want to add the return type by myself. I want to infer it from the return type of this function. But TypeScript is not able to do that in TypeScript 4.6. So it's not possible when I have this function. Let's remove that. I have a recursive structure here anyhow, so this would not be working anyway. Okay, I think we will just type that stuff twice, but we are going to not use the omit stuff, but we are going to retype that because it's not so much. And then we just have to add that up here if we want anything else. So now I have to define the signature of the function. Let's just make that explicit. Input.grid key, items input.items. We have columns which are memoed. Like that. Then we have the set column size. Then we get two arguments, column template. And a new size number. Yeah, of course, I cannot implement that right here. I can only define the return type. You do that as an arrow function to use the stricter function matching from TypeScript. And now we can add the set column size action. I don't even need anything from the context in here. This is quite interesting. I could pull the actions out and pass the context in. They would just keep the context much smaller. And I would only have the data and selectors or derived data. Now, the cool thing about classes is that the fields are defined in order. Maybe we're going back to a class, because then I don't have to type functions twice, only the fields. I think we're going to do that. Context, item. Like that. Now we need this dot grid keys. equals import.gridKey input columns and items. Now I can add that to, oops, to here. Now I have my plain fields. Now I can remove that, remove that, because I'm just using the constructor function. Ah, no, this is not correct. This is not columns. This should be column templates. And here I can use add defaults to the columns and this. Interesting. This needs to be an accessor, of course. Create memo. Ah, yeah, we just said that. Yeah. I need to use the add map array stuff. So we're using create memo input.columns, and we can then take every definition. Map array input.columns definition, add defaults definition, this. Let me guess, one bracket too few. Okay. And here we need these arrows. Okay. This looks good so far, and now I can add this function resize column. So I could pass in the key, or I could pass in the column directly, the column itself, because many times I will have the column already available. So maybe we will just provide a function get column by key or stuff like that. So we are doing resize column template item new width number, and here we are going to say if column dot like that. Oh, this is either a signal or a number. When that's a number, we just return because we don't want to overwrite the fixed column width. And then if not, then we are saying width 1 because that is the signal, and then we are calling that with the new width. Now we have this resize column stuff. What's your problem? Duplicate identifier. Rule. So this is the context value. Context. Let's call that token, like this. New data grid context input, like that. So this is working again. And now I can go into the cell and can access the column. So on drag start, props dot column width. const column width signal. Start column dot column width, like that. So we get a signal or a number. Column width definition, let's call it that. Then let's define, no, I don't want another signal. This is either a number or the signal itself. The column width is type of column width definition number. Like that. Now we're getting the column width. Do I need that right here? Yeah, I need the column width in here as well. I need the initial column width in here. Oh no, that is the updated one. Yo. But no, that's okay. On drag start, we're getting the current value, and this is the initial width for the drag start event. That's correct. And on drag, we are getting the context. We are using the grid context. Dot resize column, props dot column, and new width, And on drag end, yeah, that's okay. So now nothing is working again. Why not? Resizing column dot title, new width. Let's try that. So that one, okay, because for the width calculation, so the setting of the signal is already working. Ooh, what is that? Ew. So why is that one not working? I have a feeling this is a problem with the hot reload but I'm not sure if Vite is to blame here or Solid. On the app, I use the data context provider. That is using the data context token from this file. And so whenever I save the grid context, so maybe somewhere we had this refresh reload, so whenever this file refreshes, we need a reload, I think. Yeah, okay. That's good enough for me. So now I need for the grid in the width here. I'm just saying c dot column width. But I have to check if this is a signal. It's a bit annoying. I mean, always to define that this is either a signal or or a number. I think we're not going to do that often. No, type of C. Column width, if type of width is number, return width. Otherwise, return width. There we want the getter, and we want to call that. Oh no, I would have expected that to work now. Can I get my console log back, please? So that one should be working, right? Yeah, the width of name, setting width of country, that is working. Width of ID is already working, but width of name is not working. Why isn't this working? This is weird. This is not, no, because in our grid, wait, let's fix that in our header cell to see if we need the resize handle. We are using the show component when type of column width definition in array.isArray column width definition. Yeah, so that one is resizable. Name is simply not resizable. Country is not resizable, and date of birth is resizable. Great, excellent, excellent, excellent. And now we can try to build an animating column from within our column templates. Because we can now create an oscillating signal. Let's just try that. Create oscillating signal, div number, const menu. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird use case. Let's not put that in the separate function. Here, date of birth, and here we are just going to do, just to make it a bit easier. Ooh, this is a bug. Is it? When building the defaults, yeah, with every call of column width, we are returning we are calling the column width function, so we are creating new signals every time that have a new default value. So let's verify if that is indeed an error at the moment. So like this, we should be able to resize the date of birth. Yeah, that's working. But when doing it like that, it should not work. Yeah, that's broken. Perfect. So we need to change when we are calling that function, and we need to do that when we transform them, when we transform the defaults. But we cannot call that already because the context is not done yet. But this is an accessor. But so we are still fighting with the circular dependencies in our code. So we want the context in that these functions to get access to the keys, for example. So that we can persist values, for example. So we need to use, we need to use a lazy function. Lazy.ts export function lazy. Will this break? No, I don't think it will. Lazy t factory is t return t cache is equal to t or null. We have our lazy factory if cache not null, if cache null, then cache equal to factory, otherwise return cache, like that. And now we can add here our lazy, so we only call this function once. Is this cool? That's the wrong lazy. That one. So now date of birth should be working, and yeah, because we are using always the same signal. But I'm wondering if this is cool. Because by working with signals, we are kind of imposing the restriction that the columns are always created within a reactive context. So for example, within a component. But this will throw errors as soon as we are calling that from without a component, and I think the error message from Solid are kind of good there. Okay, I think we're going to leave it as that. But now let's add a bit more defaults, because in the default we don't want to provide an item component. We just want to provide a plain text that the component can display by itself. So let's do that by making the item in the definition, make it optional, and let's add another function. Get value from item, let's call it like that. And we will add these same arguments, but we'll return a number, a string, or a boolean, or null, or undefined. And that one should not be optional, because for every row we want to have this get value from item. It should be defined. So we need to add a new default here, which is either definition.item or do we have to type that manually? I think so. No, I don't have to. And here we can use template. I need to add that one. Return a displayable value, primitive value from the item defaults to get value from item. Can I not highlight that somehow? Yeah, okay. Like here, get value from item. Oops. Perfect. And now we want to have here get value from item, where we just return the string right here. Now, and for this special case, we need that. Maybe let's add. No, I don't want that as a default. Okay. Like that. Like that. Like that. Let's remove a bunch of code. And that one will be fixed. And now I cannot resize this column here, but all the others can be resized. Now we're going to add a default width, which should be quite easy. Because I think now that the base setup is done, adding features will be quite easy, I think. Dot. The larger value between and 60 pixels, for example, as a default when resizing. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so now I still have logging somewhere, like right here. Yeah, resetting the data does not reset anything. This is good. And now I wonder if it's possible. So what happens when I want dynamic columns in here? Oh, I think this is not working so far. So far I thought I had built anything, because in here we can just provide the signal. This is working. So we can have some static columns. But then we need some kind of map array things. So build columns is boring, right? Yeah, it just returns that one in a type safe way. So we could add a use memo here. And then use map array on some kind of data. This should be working, so let's try that. Let's add right here a action column count, dummy column count as 0. As 0. Ew. I think this should be working. And then I can add some buttons above my application. More dummy columns. Whoops. Less dummy columns. On click. Update store. I always forget the new syntax. Dummy column count. Store.dummy column count +1. Like that. And +1 more. Now we have that one here. And then now let's try that. Create memo. Like that. And then we can add, let's say in here, map array. Okay, I think it would be a bit more sensible to have a list here. Wait, let's do it like that. Const dummy column indices is. Do I have to have the range function? Yeah, okay. Then I can use that. From 0 to store.dummy column count. And then we have the index like that, and we need to call that. Ew, why don't I have autocomplete here? Because I need that. That. No. I need more brackets. Like that, and now I need to call the map array like that. No? No, that is working. Cool. Okay, this does not seem to be working. Dummy column plus I. And when rendering, we are rendering. Dummy column I. No, let's just return. Template.key and each with its own column. So this is not working, obviously. Okay, because this is incorrect. Okay. More dummy columns. If I resize that one and add another dummy. Oh, why is that resetting? But the scroll position is working at least. Now the question is how many cells are rebuilt? 234. That's all of them. I think this is all of them. 150, 125. Yeah, that's all of them. Why is that? So I'm creating new column objects every time. Okay, so this is the problem. Yeah, this is the problem because I'm creating new columns every time. So I have to pull out the static columns. So I would have to pull out the static columns. That's a bit annoying. Maybe we should allow having accessors in each column. No, that's not cool as well. No, that's not cool. So with JSX, this is working better because the compiler is automatically, for example, here is extracting the static parts that cannot change. It's automatically extracting the static part that cannot change, and here we have to do that manually because we are not within the solid world. Now I'm wondering if we should move to using JSX for definitions. Then static parts would be quite easy. So I have in build columns, I have to build it in a way that each slot can either be a column definition or an accessor of multiple column definitions. So we have to allow that. Let's change that. So this is a list of either column template definitions. Oops. Or a list of accessors of column template definitions. Oops. Like that. Now we are going to build an accessory here. So build columns will be called multiple times. No, it won't. It will only be called once with the definitions. So in here we can return create memo definitions dot flat map. If type of D is equal to function, then we are going to return D. Otherwise, we're going to return D directly. Sorry. So D is either a color definition or an accessor of column definitions, like that. So now build columns will return nothing. Oh, is flat map correct? So it's every time it's creating a new list. That's okay. That's okay. The list is allowed to be new, but the all static columns will be there the same way as last time, but these ones will be recreated. So now I have to use memo here. Or have I? Wait. Shit. Damn, I think I have misused map array every time. No, I have not. But here we don't have to call map array, but just define it once. Then we can do it like that. Okay, we call it once. Map over the range of columns. Yeah, that's right now. Now that's right. Now in here we have access void. We have a missing return statement. So now I'm calling build columns multiple times. So I don't have to use create memo because I'm already doing that here, yeah, on the outside. Okay. So I can just do that. Like that. Like that. So this is still working. Resizing. Still working without rebuilds. More dummy columns. No, damn. Still all of them. So right now I'm still calling map array multiple times. So I have to pull that out. Const dummy columns is create memo. Like that. I think I can just do that. Then I can do that. And that. is not working, obviously. But now I can just embed in here our dummy columns. This is not working. Is that working? So this is giving me new columns. That's correct. And it's also listening to those changes. So now build context is no, but it's not. Build context is only called once, like that. Now within build columns here, this is all, yeah, build columns is only called once, and in here we have to create a memo so that we have a value that can be changing over time, because otherwise it's only called once. Yeah, okay. But wait. This is a value that's only called once. But in there, no, yeah, that's only called once. So in here we need to allow use memo. Is that correct? No, so we don't really care if this is reactive or not, right? Create effect. So whenever we build the data with context, then we are recreating this. Yeah, but that one is not the accessor that triggers any signal reads, because this is just a static value. And only when we iterate over this, then we receive new values. So map array does not receive any new stuff right here. So we need our columns to be already a reactive value, and we can do that. No, we're already doing that. I don't want to call that again and again. Like that. Now columns is an accessor that will map too often, of course. Those are still too many. But it's not recreating. The column is still the same, or the signal is still the same. But it's still rebuilding everything. Okay, we'll have to do a short break for now. Just to get my head a bit clear, and then we are going to fix that issue. I think then we should be all set to start with more features and styling stuff, but we will see. So I guess I will make a short break of like 10 minutes, I think, and then I will be back. See you soon. Okay, before we are getting further into this column stuff, I think we first have to try to understand how MapArray is working exactly, and for that we are going to look into the source code. Oh no, that's just the distribution. Then let's head over to GitHub. GitHub, SolidJS. Okay, and here we have render flow 4. So what's happening here is we are creating a memo, and the factory function for this memo is MapArray. So MapArray is only called once. So we have to do that like this. Yeah, okay, I think that was the problem at many places. Now the question is, because I don't want to check everything on every axis, but only when something is changing. Which is why I want to wrap MapArray with create memo. Like that. So we still have the accessor. Now we can insert the dummy columns. Like that. I think I might have this incorrectly at some other places as well. No, this is only called once. This is fine. So here we have create memo. We're calling MapArray again too many times. So we need to change that, I think. Even if the rows are not really the problem right now. Here's create memo. And now we insert this MapArray here. Like that. Now we have the item rows. And now when we build rows, we are going to call item rows. Like that. Okay. Now let's check the next one. So now we are in grid. That's okay. That's fixed. Grid content. Yeah, that's mapping all the columns as well. But only when the constructor is called, so it's not too bad. And it's also directly called in here and not on every change. So that is fine. In the indexed items is not fine, I think. Let's do it like that. Now we should have type errors at some places. Yeah, because here we have to do it like that. Like that. Oops, like that. And now we have fixed all MapArray calls. And have killed our whole application. Damn it. So that is working. The index rows. Sorry. Indexed rows seem to not be working. Yeah, here we only get one row. Okay. Because indexed rows are not triggering a change. Yeah, because we are only accessing this once. So this has to be an accessor. Like that. Now I can pass in the items like that. Like that. So we have to push down the changing thing as far as possible. This is not working. And this is only recreating the cells from the dummy columns. Perfect. So now I can add more dummy columns. 25 new cells. Change the size. Create another dummy column. Another 25 cells. Rebuild. Change this width. Remove a dummy column. Maintain this width and not rebuild any cells. And if I open that again, of course, we will have new widths because right here in our dummy columns, we are recreating the signal on every map array call. Okay, so now how can we inline that? I think, can we just remove that? Yeah, I can. But now, I guess every call, every read from dummy columns will regenerate will recheck which columns need to be regenerated, which is why which is why it's always mapped in a create memo. So we are going to add a helper inside of our column templates. Export function dynamic columns. T dynamic item, and we need a T item for the row. So we have our dynamic items, which will be an accessor of T dynamic item array. And we will have a generate column dynamic item T dynamic item. Let's format that for a second. Column template definition T item. And now we can add this thing. This thing. Let's add a couple of, no, we don't need the imports. Here we just say dynamic items. We pass in a couple of the items. Oh no, we just call generate column. And now we can say right here, dynamic columns. Did that infer correctly? Yeah, it seems to be a person. That's okay. So now we need these dynamic items. And we have our columns. So right now it should already be working. 25 cells. Resize is working. So now I guess I can just embed that in here. And I hope that I directly get the correct inference for that from our context. Number, props, person. Perfetto. Cool. Okay. So now I can build dynamic columns without paying any extra cost. That's really great. Really cool. I like that. Okay. This was very important to me that this is already working, because then we can, for example, create columns for each birth year and do something like that from the data. So we can take the data and take it to generate columns, which will change when I refetch the data, which offers us, again, a great amount of flexibility. Okay, so now the basic stuff is we need to add a key to a column, we need to define how we are creating the value, and to have the column be resizable, we have to build a signal here. I think we will change that. I don't really like that this is either number or signal. We will just, oh no, the signal was so that it's possible to persist that. I think that's okay. I think we'll leave it at that. Yeah, we can just use a persisted signal if we want to persist the data here for columns. I think that's fine. Or we even could even move the signal out if we wanted to. Okay, so now let's add maybe frozen rows and columns. This should be quite easy, because now we can go into our, let's close that. No, let's first commit that. Fix dynamic columns and add context infrastructure. Let's close the context, because now we are working on the templates. So now we have the column width, and now we want to be able to say if it's a pinned column or not. Or a frozen column. Yeah, we are calling it frozen columns in our domain. So let's just say we have in our column template definition, we can say frozen is either left or right, but this is optional. Okay. So now we have to change the sort order of the columns. That's okay. Let's add that to the column template as well. Frozen is left or right or undefined, because here the property will always be there. No optional properties on that front. So of course we need to add the frozen here. Definition dot frozen. Now this is working. And now we need to use that within our grid. So here we just, for the columns, we just pass in columns. That's of course incorrect. So now we can go into our grid context and add some data derivations there. . 。 . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . think this should work. Okay. So this is an action. Let's push those actions to the bottom. And now let's add frozen left columns is a create memo. Const columns is equal to this dot columns. So to generate the left columns, we need to pull in the all columns. And then we are going to filter them. Filter c dot frozen equal to left. And we could also iterate once over the, yeah, let's do that. Columns per area. Let's do like that. Left column template item array. Oh, you know what? No, I want to iterate. I only want to iterate once. Left, right. You know what? I think we can just use record. Left, right, unfrozen. And there will always be a column template array of the item. Oops. Like that. Let's fix that in our template, like that. Unfrozen. Like that. And then we push in the column and return columns per area. So now we have here columns per area. Okay. This column is not a function. Is it not? Same problem as before. So create memo wants to run eagerly. So as soon as we define this field, create memo is run. And the constructor will not have been finished by then. So we have to turn that into, we have to turn an accessor into a lazy accessor. So we have this lazy right here, function. I think we can just use here lazy. So no one is calling that. But we are calling that one. Ew. So let's build a lazy memo. might be breaking stuff because we are calling this from maybe not within a reactive context. This is really, really bad, really, really bad. What really sucks that these fields are run, these field initializers are run before the constructor. So I don't want to add some extra field stuff for every calculated field. Okay, why is that over here? Okay. Declare property. Yeah, let's do it like that. Okay, now we have these columns per area. And now within our grid, this is again something that's we need. So we want our columns to be reorderable, and yeah, I think the orders we really need a couple of internal states. And then we can keep the column width internal as well. So columns per area are a signal. Can we pass in an initializer to create signal? No, we cannot. Yeah, we get the initial value. No, this is not correct because when this changes, now we are going to do this. When the columns change, then I need to update the state as well. Is that right? Is getting quite complex to pull all those changing streams through the whole grid component. So it was actually quite charming to keep everything within the grid. Within the column templates, but that would just push out complexity to the user. Which is not really what we want. So maybe let's do it like this. We have these columns per area. Let's remove that one now. So that we can access all signal. Okay, I think we are pulling all states into the grid itself. This will make everything much easier, I think. So now we have the states, columns per area, and there we will just put the column keys, I think, so that we can then later. Okay, so let's build this. This dot columns by key is create memo, and here we do the following. I could use loadish. No, let's just define a key by function, export function key by t. Items is a read-only array of type t. Get key is a function that is called with the item, t, the index, number, and the list. And is returning a string or a number. And this returns a record. So we have this key by function, and we are going to return the key and item extract. No. Item t. Item dot for each item index items result get item get key item index array is item. Now we have our key by function, and now we can just say key by this dot columns c dot key. Now we need to define this, of course. So now we have our columns by key. Now we can have the areas by column key. This is the base state. By column key signal, which is just an empty object, but this will be a record of type left, right, unfrozen, and string. Other way around, string left, right, oops. String left, right, unfrozen, like that. Wow. So why is that one returning any? So let's define the signal here, and then we can do it like that. Yeah, this makes the constructor, the setup function, a bit more easier. So we have our areas by column key, and now we can define our columns by area, signal, no, memo. Now we can iterate through all areas and get the correct state and fall back to the one from the column. Const area is this is on areas by column key. C dot key. Like that. So we're getting the area, then we are using the fallbacks, not frozen. And now we are using the area and push in the correct value. So now each derived thing will happen in the constructor, will be defined up here. Columns per area. So now we should be able to get the columns by area right here. Let's rename that to columns by area. And now I can say frozen areas top is always 1. Left is columns by area left dot length, and right is columns by area dot right dot length. So what's your problem? Okay, typo there. So now we can just say in our app, the ID function is frozen left, and the action should be frozen right. And there it is. Now let's add more dummy columns And now we have frozen column here, frozen column here. Ew. Oh, no, it's everything all right. That's the column header. Everything fine. Great. Okay, so now we can move around columns from a data point of view. So we have that state that is initialized correctly. Maybe we should put that state into one. I think we should build one store for the states. So then persistence is so much easier. And then it's a bit better, grouped a bit better. But with a store for the initial value, you need to do everything in an object definition. And you always have to update the anything up there as well. I hate this. It's so cool that TypeScript is giving us that missing feature for generic functions. Because then I could just write one function top to bottom and infer the return type correctly. Wait. Can't I do it like this? Wait a minute. So let's say I have a function here, test, input, that is getting called with that, and this returns field input. And now I say test field is this dot test. Like that. I pass in the input. Declare property, and now I don't want to do it like that, but I say return type the item test. This is working. So then I could just add a context here. So maybe like I have a field input, which is just there. That one is easy. I have a state, which is private build state. It will be called with the input. So in the state, we are going to say data read context, the item, return type, build state, like that. Like that. And we have derived stuff. derive data. This will get the input as well and the state. I know it will just work via this. I think this should work. Like this. Yeah, let's do like that as well, because we can just use the input on this. And now we can move all of this stuff to some of the areas. So this is a derivation. This is a derivation. This can be removed. Columns by key. Like that, like that. So then we have a state. And we're just going to use create store. Yeah, I'm not going to use create store. And there we can pass in the initial states, like for example, areas by column key. This is the first statement. Let's just add the column width by column key as well. You know what? Let's add this will just be an object of number. So now we have our store. Like that. Yeah, those are the read-only values. Perfect. And this is build state. State. Oops. Store. Now it's all coming together. We will make that one private. We have an input, we have state, we have derivations. Here's by column keys done. Now this will be a derivation, columns by area. And here we can just say columns by key. This is not correct. We really want to. So we could build one large object. Or we could build up smaller ones from our derived data, because this will become quite large. This thing. Not quite sure how I'm going to do this, because I definitely don't want users to be able to think about if what they need is an input of the grid, a state of the grid, or a derivation of the grid. I rather much have everything on one field. Because derivations will definitely build upon each other, and in an object literal we cannot use other fields from the object literal. This could be solved by returning a class, an anonymous class. Then but that's still a generic class. And then I'm back to square one. So let's think about the user of this context. They really don't want to use input, state, or derivation. They just want to call functions or access fields. Oh no, input and state is okay, derivation. No, I think that's fine. I think we'll leave it as that. And I think we're going to do it like that. Columns is equal to that. Return columns. Columns by key is that one. Yeah, now this one is using columns. And there we already have our first derived thing. That depends on another derived thing. Wait, can we do it like that? Const result $ maybe. Let's see how smart TypeScript really is. $columns is equal to. It's not smart enough. But I think it's smart enough when you're doing that with functions. Okay, that is working. Now, how can we make use of that? How can we get access to only the non-function? Yeah, we can just do. Oh God, I'm not quite sure if we're going to leave it at to leave that omit dollar, and we want to omit key of function. Result.columns. That's working. I'm not quite sure if this is too hacky or not. Define a function that works as an object that can be extended after definition. So we can do it like that, and now we can do columns by keys equal to that, and now we can use that and can remove that. Let's see if we can move that out into a function, into a separate one. Dynamic. Yeah, no, that's not working. But this is also returning an error function, and the other interface was our local function. That's something else. Okay, so we have to leave it like that, I think. Yeah, but I really like that, what that allows me to do, because I can then just define the fields. I can still reuse other fields and don't have to explicitly type all the fields, because TypeScript will just track what fields we are going to add to that object, to that function. And then we can remove all keys that a regular function has. I think I want to leave it as like that. But the same thing will be done with build store, I think. Oh no, because that is just the initial states. Ooh, do we need for the initial states? Do we need access to some derived stuff? Yeah, it could happen. So for example, if we want to, the column width. Wait, can I read? And then do it like that, okay. And resize column is then just, oh no, we are going to do that soon. Derive data. Use some derivations. Now we can add functions as well. Get column width, column key. here string. Oops. The names of the functions are a problem, because this will be an anonymous function, I think. Will it? Wait, let's check that. Function test dot other test is, whoops, throw new error, boom. Let's go test dot other test. Oh no, we are getting the error directly where we want them in function.test dot other test. That's okay. So we get the column key, and now we can return no, that needs to be a signal, right? So that has to return an accessor where we are going to say no, I think we can do it like that. Get column width will return this dot state dot column width by column key, and as a backup we are going to return 200, I think. I think I want to build the store as some kind of a reducer, so that others can put in a function that modifies the store after an action has been dispatched. For example, to keep all columns of all column widths the same of one specific column type, which will give lots of flexibility as well, because right now we don't have this decision between columns and sub-columns, so to say. But I think we are going to need that at some point in time. Okay, I think that's okay. So we have this get column width function. So now we have get column width. Now we can use resize column where we want to do let's do it like that. Let's make this a bit easier. Update store is this. No, it's just a function that will be called with that argument. And I think it will return the state. So the state is that one. Oh, come on. And that will not return anything. Void. That's good. And this is returning the state. Okay. Why is that not working? You no. No, we don't have the updater right here. Let's do it in here. Let's see. Something is returning void. Update store is not returning void, right? Oh yes, it is. Then let's do it like that. And now it's working. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And so now I can just call update store and freely mutate in there. Whoops. That one, yeah. And in here I can freely mutate that and, for example, set the new column width. Okay. So now I have to change lots of things, I guess. Input items like that. Next dot derivations. Columns by key. Did I just remove that? Yeah, I need here another thing. Columns by area is equal to create memo. I already had that implementation. Record. I don't have that anymore, right? Here. Column template, item. Yeah, this is I'm not quite sure if I like that, like how fancy this TypeScript stuff is that we're doing here. I'm not really sure if this is the best approach. But this will give us type safety without having to type everything twice. So I already quite like that. Here we need some array brackets, and now we can column of this dot input dot columns. No, that's not correct. No, this is not jQuery. So I want to derive lots and lots of data. So as you can see, I have some states in this context class here. I have some states, and then I want to do calculations from this state to build some kind of other data structures. So for example, from the columns that are passed into my component, I need to modify all of those columns. So I have this. I have add this field here. And then I want a lookup map where I can look up each column by its key, and same thing with column by its area. So the left area that is frozen on the left, frozen on the right, and this unfrozen stuff in the middle. But I don't want to type these things twice. And what I did here is I just defined a function, because TypeScript is able to follow the following code, the control flow right here, and extend the type of this function as soon as I add some fields here. So I'm adding a columns field to this function. I'm adding a columns by key field to this function, etc. And in the end, I just return the function itself, so that I have an object that is typed correctly where all these keys exist, without me having to define these in an object. Every other way to define it, we would first have to define the function and then return an object with those functions where we have to list all of them again. So this is it's definitely a kind of a hacky approach to build this build an object incrementally, piece by piece, while still maintaining the type information about this incrementally building. Because if we just did it like this, TypeScript would complain and say there is no columns field on this. Wait, can I do it like that? No, it's the same thing. I can't do it because TypeScript just said there is no columns field on this object because it's just an empty object. But with functions, TypeScript is able to keep this type loose so that we can extend it and then get all the extensions from this thing. And now we already run into a conflict because I have columns that are passed in. So maybe let's change that one. Generate context input. Column definitions. Let's do it like that. And now we can columns. So for each column, we iterate through it. And then you get the area is this dot state area by column key, column dot key, or unfrozen as a default value. Now we have our area, so that we can now say columns by area dot push column. Like that. And now this class should be done. And now I can say here context dot derivations dot columns. We can get the columns by area here, columns by area. Where's that void? Oh no, I can no longer go to definition. Oh no. Here in this, we return value is missing, columns by area. That's a bit sad. Don't you like that font? I really like the cursives. Ah, no, I can't go to the definition of this. Ah, damn it. And probably I cannot add comments in there as well, I guess. Here's a test comment. Ah, no, those are working. At least those are working. Okay, then I think I can live with that. So we have columns by area left or length, columns by area right or length. So add more dummy columns. Okay, so now the frozen columns are not working anymore because I don't need as a base value. Wait, I know what's wrong. In our derivation, we are using the default of unfrozen. So we are saying whenever we don't have anything defined in our state, we are looking into the unfrozen, but this is not correct. As a fallback, we want to look into the value that's specified on the column itself. Yeah, and now we have this frozen column on the left and this frozen column on the right. That will always just be stuck there. Perfect. So I broke the resize, I think. Yeah, that's right. We have to fix that one next. So on the column template, let's change that from just be a number. And let's add a resizable Boolean flag right here. Now let's add that to our defaults right here. Resizable. Now we need to add that in our defaults. So the column width will just go to definition column width or 200, and resizable will be definition.resizable. Oh, true, because by default all columns will be resizable. So now to get the column width, we need to get the context. Get column width. Am I allowed to do that? I don't think so. Let's just do it like that. And this will be props.context.derivations get column width c.key. Like that. And now we need to change that to just be great. The 200, I can remove those because I don't need them. We can have dynamic columns. All of them will be resizable. Only the actions column will be fixed to 60 and will not be resizable. Then we need to fix the cell again. This can gone. Now the column width will just be grid context dot durations get column width props dot column dot key. Now this should be working. And now we only want to show the resize handle when props.column.resizable is true. Now all columns are resizable. Perfect. Except for the action column, and this is not the correct width. Why is that not the correct width? So, oh no, 60 pixels, perfect. Wait, so what happened here? So this one is width 200 now. This is obviously not correct, so our get column width is not correct. Yeah, so the nullish call asking operator is just perfect for this use case where you have these default values. For example, for the column width, users can provide a number, but we want a fallback value when they don't provide a number. If you would use the logical OR, then this would also use the default when users specifically supplied 0 here, which is obviously not what we want. Same thing with the title. Users can supply an empty string as a title, so we don't want to use the logical OR because that will also trigger on falsy values like an empty string. And this way we only take this fallback default value when the user did not supply a title, so when the title is null or undefined. So perfect use case for that. But now let's see why my column width is not working. Same thing here. I'm just returning the default width here. So I need to this dot do derivations columns by key column key column width. So I need to take the default from the column. And now now it's perfect. Now the last column here is always with 60 without being able to be resized. Okay, so the resizing of columns is working as I want. Let's first commit that. Rework state and context infrastructure. So again, I'm not really too happy how this grid context is looking on the inside right now. But when using our component, I'm really happy about that for now because we can just define our columns right here, define how we want to render each column, while still having the flexibility to have dynamic columns in there. So I'm building in this stream. I'm using it the whole week. I'm streaming every day this week, and we are building this data grid. And we started with virtualizing the rows. As you can see, I'm currently rendering, I think 10,000 rows. The browser itself would not be capable of rendering so many rows at the same time, which is why we are using a technique called windowing or virtualization. So as you can maybe see, maybe let's zoom in a bit more. Let's see here, we have these grid areas, and each of those areas only renders the cells that are currently visible within that area. So for example, right now, we only have these cells inside of that area because everything else is not visible. As soon as I scroll, you can see in the DevTools at the bottom here that new elements are being added to the area, old elements are being removed. So we always only have like, I don't know, 20 cells rendered at the same time. Yeah, the browser is pretty bad at handling that large amounts of data. So we're building this data grid. So we started on Monday with building the virtualization stuff. Yesterday we started with column resizing and a bit of state stuff. We are going to add much more styles later, but the killer features will definitely be grouping and filters so that you can aggregate the data. So for example, we have here some dummy generated persons so that we can, for example, group by country and count the persons by country so that we can see how many persons are in each country, for example, in this dummy data set. So if you're only putting large amounts of data into state, this is not really a problem. It only becomes a problem when you try to render 61,000 rows into the state. So only then it becomes a problem. So for example, let's add another 0 here, then we have 100,000 rows as well. Here all the way to 99,999. But since we only display the visible parts, it's really not a problem. So everything works the same. So resizing of columns smooth as before. No problems there. Yeah, I guess the DevTools might crash when you're displaying that large amount of data in there. That is true, yeah. Okay, so where are we going to continue? So we could add some styles to the cells and the head. Yeah, I think this is something that we are going to do next. So now we have some basic logic inside of our grid component. Now let's get started with the grid cells. Let's style those a bit. So for our header cell, let's add some basic styles. Class. Do we already have a scope here? Yeah, I have. Let's add a cell and let's add a header cell class to that. Now for the item cell, we are going to do the same, but add a cell and an item cell. And maybe a body cell. Because we will have not only group rows, not only group items, group cells and item cells, not only item cells, but also the grouping cells, which might be rendered differently. So this is just an item cell, right? It's only rendered for the, yeah, when it's an item row. Yeah, perfect. So now let's add some styles there. Data grid. Do I want to add padding, a default padding? I think for the header cell, I want default padding. And I think maybe I want the content to be centered, at least vertically by default, or no, I think we will leave it at. I think we will delegate that to the cell renderers in the end. That will be rendered within the cell. That might be good. The too long didn't read or didn't watch of how we bypassed that is that we let's go in here. Let's go into our virtualized grid. First, you need some state for the scroll position, scroll top and scroll left. And you need the dimensions. So you need to know how many pixels can we see and how many pixels in the from left to right can we see. And we need the dimensions of each row. So as long as you know how wide and how large one row is, and you know how many pixels are displayable, and where the scroll position is. When you have these points of data, then you can calculate from a scroll position which items are currently visible And then you are able to just absolutely position these cells that are currently visible. So we have this one function, calculate visible items, that gets a list of all items, the start pixel number of the visible area, so for example a 0 when you're all the way at the top, and the size of the visible area. And we want to get the size of the elements. And this is all that we need to calculate which elements are currently visible. And it's exactly as you say, we are just not iterating over all items, but only the visible ones, and rendering absolutely. So when we zoom in a bit more again, so that we only have very few items, then I think we can see that much better. Let's do it like that. So now we can see we only have these 6 cells in the middle area because everything else is frozen. And as we scroll down, we add new persons right here. So this Bartosz guy, for example, when we scroll up, it's moved here. We scroll a bit more, then it's here. And when we scroll a bit more, then it's gone because it's no longer on the screen. So it's no longer part of the visible items. So it's no longer displayed in the grid. Okay, now let's add the header cell. Now I'm not quite sure if you want to add default colors or if that is something that users of the grid might want to add. So maybe we at first let's start with some paddings and centering of text and font weight, for example. Font weight bold. Display, flex, align items, center, boom, that's much better. And now let's add a bit of padding to the left, no, to both directions, I think. And we're going to add overflow hidden, text overflow ellipsis, and padding 0 and 0.5 rem, for example. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly why I chose SolidJS for this project and not React, because it's just fancy how Solid is able to skip any unnecessary work, where React re-renders every component and every change. Solid is much smarter, figuring out which changes affect which pieces of UI, and really only touches those pieces that changed. Oh, thanks. Okay, so now we have these columns. Now I guess we should. No, we're not. Why are we not getting the text overflow? Let's go here. Overflow hidden. Is there something in there? No, there's nothing in there. Huh. Why is my overflow ellipsis not working? Maybe let's just add that one here. Class CSS header cell title. Header cell title with 100%. No, let's not do that. need that one here. Have I saved that? Yeah, I have. Header cell title. Now that is wrapping, I don't want that. Word wrap? No wrap? No, white space, no wrap. White space, no wrap. Yeah, perfect. And now we're adding the overflow hidden. Yeah, now that's working. Yeah, perfect. So now let's add an indicator for the end of a column. I think we're going to do that. We could do that with an after element. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Header cell after. And then a content test. Yeah, that's working. Height. Yeah, let's try 0.5 rem. Position absolute. No, absolute. Right, 0. It should already be centered. And now we are saying border right. Yeah, Solid is super similar to React. It looks basically the same, but the main benefit is that the body of a function is only ever run once for each instance, and you have these signals that are basically observables. I don't know if you have ever worked with Angular, which are containers for changing values, and you bind these containers of changing values to the DOM like that. So Solid knows exactly that this expression, the style, uses this changing value. So it can, behind the scenes, whenever the style changes, it will directly hook into the style property and update that in the DOM without any re-rendering of the component. Yeah, exactly. The re-renders that don't exist in Solid. The main downside is that it can get quite tricky to keep this reactivity flowing. So we had many bugs so far where we added columns and it would not correctly recreate the UI, which was quite annoying. So this is something where with React it just re-renders everything and everything works. So it's less likely to break, but you are of course wasting lots of resources when doing that. Okay, this is not working. Why is that not working? Inspect after. This is too long. Why is that so long? Because again, here we need box sizing, border box, but not on that one, but on that one. Yeah, okay. Now we have these small lines. I think we will make them a bit bigger. And I think not black, but let's pick some kind of gray. Maybe let's increase the height of that one. I kind of like that for now. Yeah, so there are really lots and lots of articles on Solid. I really suggest that you take a look at that, because especially when working in an environment where performance is relevant, then Solid is definitely a good choice, because on the one hand, it's performant regarding the runtime, but it's also so small when building your applications. So in comparison with React, which starts at something like, I don't know, 40 kilobytes, I think, gzipped, Solid with 6.4 kilobytes is so much smaller to download over the wire. Okay. Now we have the resizing, and we have a bit of styling for the column heads. Now let's add a bit of styling for the cells itself, for the default cells. So let's add new folder, cell renderers, cell renderers. Not quite sure how many of those we are going to have. Default. Now let's add a string renderer. Let's add a number renderer. A Boolean renderer could also be quite useful for so that it can just render checkboxes, for example. But I think this is something that we are going to leave for now. But we are going to use a default renderer. And this will just use the string renderer, the number renderer when it's a number, and the string renderer when it's anything else but a number. So let's add a string renderer. So export function string renderer. Let's take a look at our at the column definitions. Wait, where's my template? There we have our item prop, which has these props right here. Let's take those. Oops. Like that. Then we have again our item. But this will use a content, which is just anything that is renderable. Yeah, we don't even need that. I think we'll just do it like that. And this will return a span with props.content that will just have some default styles. Now we need to get our scope stuff. Do we have any styles here? No, we don't. But here. Class. Where's my importer but not working? That is our string renderer. The number renderer will be more or less the same, but with number renderer right here, and of course a different name. Number renderer, and the default renderer will just do the following. Switch. Let's see how the switch case is working in in Solid. I'm not quite sure. Let's take a look at the docs for now. Docs. Switch match. So we have a small fallback. Thanks for joining in. I don't really like to use the switch case because it's just a super simple thing. Let's just use show. And when type of props.content is number, then we're going to use the number renderer. Is props.content. This will of course be a number. Null or undefined. Let's add some decimal spaces. Number, but this is optional. So here we're going to use locale string. Oh god, I think I can say undefined. Maximum fraction digits, minimum fraction digits. Yeah, props dot decimals. Maximum fraction digits, props decimals. Yeah, that's looking good. This of course has to be cast like that. By default we are running no decimals, I think. And as a fallback we are going to use the string renderer. Let's check the playground, what the compiler does with the fallback. Show when true. Be true. Fallback. Be false. Now let's take a look at the output from the compiler and see what this is doing. Yeah, so this is a getter, so it is lazy, so the fallback will only be created, this node, when it is required. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. Now we need some, we don't need that, but we need some default styles. I think we're going to add it here in that file. String renderer, padding left, padding, I think we are just going to use more or less that. And that. Like that. And of course we need to use that actually. So we are going to the column templates and use a different default for the item. We are going to use the default. No! Renderer. Yeah, okay. Oops. default renderer, string renderer, default renderer, content. So now we have the default renderer. Yeah, that looks good. But now I think we should add borders to the rows. Right? First, let's add something for something that actually uses the number renderer. Yep. Now we can add styles for the number renderer as well. Number, justify content, flex end. Let's say the rest is the same. Ah, yeah, we already have numbers. So now longer names should just be. Oh no, the text overflow is not working. Fucking hate this. So why is that one not working? Oh, it seems like display flex and let's do this. Div span. Same thing with the number renderer. Class CS string renderer content. Here's our number renderer. Div renderer content. So it's just these 3, 4, like that. Okay, so the overflow is already working. Great. Now the right alignment is not working. Oh, because this has to be a number renderer content. Like this. Yes, good. Number renderer. Just flex end. So that one does not need 100%, I guess. Yeah, so now that is still overflowing here with overflow ellipses, where that one can be right aligned. So now the top bottom alignment is not only not working. And I want to do that by telling those two renderers to have height 100%. Oops. Height 100%. Yeah, now that's all centered within a cell. Perfect. So now we have some basic styles for our grid. I like that. Ooh, the last column. No, when it's resizable, then I want that. Yeah, I think we're just going to leave that for now. Okay, I'm very happy with that so far. I think at this point in time I will schedule one other short break, and then I think we will start with the header menu, so that we can add sorting to that, which should, I guess, be quite easy, I hope. And then we could go ahead with grouping. This is interesting. Why? Oh, so I think I have some props in the wrong place. Yeah, this has to be, of course, on the resize handle. Yeah, here we go. No. Why is that not working? On the resize handle, when I say pointer down. Why is that not working? Oh, I just had to reload the page. Great. Okay, let's commit that. What did we add? We had renderers and basic styles. Add default renderers and basic styles. And then after the break, I think we are going to start with the header menus right here. Okay, then let's do a short break until 17:40, I think, so about 10 minutes, and then I will see you all in a bit. Okay, I'd say that we are going to start with the last section for today. So we have about an hour left. And I'm kind of hesitating between building the grouping logic or starting with the header menu so that we can add sorting logic. We could add sorting for now with just clicks on the header cell, but add little icons here. Or we could add the sorting in a header menu. We are going to need the header menu sooner or later anyway. Maybe let's just take a look at the competition again. So the filters are a separate row. But you can also click on this icon to pin this column, to add this to groups. So they definitely have this menu, beautifully accessible. Oh no, what did I do now? Okay, this editor seems to be a bit broken. Yeah, no, okay, it's okay. So this is kind of cool that you can drag the rows around while still being able to change the order of these sub-columns here. I think this is something that we want to adapt a bit. So this editor is definitely something that's going to be a bit harder to implement because there you have drag and drop, but the logic itself will be quite easy, I think. So the columns are more or less already working. We need another state for that, where we just add the column keys to a specific area. Not really a problem there. And now, yeah, I think let's build sorting for now. So we are just going to add another state to our grid context. Here we have sort by, where we have sorry, null as null or column key, string direction, base types, export type, frozen column area, left or right, or unfrozen. I think we are going to add that to our contexts as well. And here. And now let's add another thing, export type, sort direction, which is either ASC for ascending and descending. So we have a state where the sort direction is sort direction, like that. Okay, now we can derive data. Now we can have sorted rows. Which is a create memo where we are going to get the items, sorted items, very important. And then later we can add the filter. So for our sorted items, we are just going to say this dot input dot items, and we are I'm not quite sure if I really want to write that sorting logic by myself. Dot sort AB. Of course, we need an accessor here. Now we need the sort criteria. Let's get sort criteria. Sort by is this dot state dot sort by. If not sort by, return this dot input dot items. Otherwise, get sort criteria is sort by dot column key, columns by key. So that means whenever we add columns, we have to resort all items currently, because for the sorting we need to take a look at the columns. It depends if it's really new columns. Yeah, but we need that because otherwise we would have an object with arbitrary amounts of keys. Yeah, no, that's how it's going to be. By key, and now we need a new function on the column template, which is optional. Column template definition, sort by. And this will return a string or a number, undefined or null. Date is also okay. So it's just anything that is comparable. I think it's going to do any. Let's see if unknown is working. Sort by, and course, on the column template, we already want to have a filled sort by, like that, and now we can get the default here. Definition dot sort by, or definition get value from item. This will just be the fallback. Maybe let's add something like this here. Sortable boolean. But this is optional. But there are definitely columns by which you cannot sort, for example, the actions column. Defaults. Oops. Yeah. You know what, let's rename that to value from item. Like that. This is the sort by function. Context template. You know what, let's add a map first, because this will be called for all of them. And we will put there parameters, type of get sort criteria. First one. Context is this. And template is column is that one. Column not sort by is the sort criteria. Like this. Now we can sort that one. A. Criteria B is get sort criteria B. If let's add another thing, const direction sign is sort by dot direction is ASC, then 1 and then else -1. So now we can just say if this is smaller than criteria B, we are going to return direction sign times -1. Let's do it like that. Object is of type unknown. So let's just use any then. Okay, now we have the sorted items. And now I think we're going to add an initial state to the app so that we can control this for debugging purposes. But we will also just add a function sort by column. Key direction. Now we can set the sorting direction. And now let's try sorting by ID. It's just the default sort by. Let's maybe add the context to the window so that we can interact with this thing. Not sorted items. Yeah, okay, 1000 proxies is. Yeah, but that is working. Perfect. It's sorted. So now we just use the sorted items instead of the items. That should be kind of easy. Item rows. This will move into the context, whereas at the latest point when we have different kinds of rows. Derivations dot sorted items like that, and now we can sort. This is working. Date of birth. So this is now sorting. Oh no. Here, date of birth. Yeah, okay, so of course this is currently just sorting by the string, which is not really what we want, but we can just change that by going into our app and saying sort by props.item.date of birth. Yeah. No, not working yet. Get date, I think. No. To date? No. Get time. Is that correct? Is that the timestamp? So this is still not correctly sorting. Yeah, no, that's the timestamp. That's correct. So why is that not sorting correctly? So it's sorting by something, but I can really not determine by what it's sorting. Let's just use the ISO string for now. So this is still not working. Let's render the ISO string to take a look at that. So what exactly is this sorting doing? Let's take that one. So this should return false. Yeah, it does. Sort criteria A, B. So this is correct. You're passing in the correct item. This is correct. You're returning the correct signs. This is correct. Let's peek into that one. I think we should have added the debugger here. What? Why is that a use context function? What? Context. Date of birth, sort by, it returns to ISO string. So maybe for the defaults, sort by. This is okay. Yeah, the sort by function is correct. Column sort by, that is exactly this function. Okay, now I would like to jump to here. You know, it's working better. Yeah, no, this is working. But it's still not sorted. So I've been wondering if the sort, because sort mutates the list, if that is a problem. But that should not be a problem, absolutely not. Wait a second. Let's get a better debugging case. Okay, persons dot map pp dot date of birth. So now we have a huge list of birthdays. Now let's add to ISO string like that. So we have a huge list of ISO strings. And now we have a sorted list of ISO strings. So this is working. So this should also be working when we're just using the date, right? Yeah, 1950, 1950. Yeah, no, this is working as well. So it is possible to sort by that. But somehow, I mean, let's first let's add the sorting criteria here. Yeah, let's do it like that. Item sort criteria. Item, context, template, column. This. Now we are first generating all the sort criteria and still maintain the item. And now we can skip that and say a dot sort criteria, b dot sort criteria, a dot sort criteria, b dot sort criteria, like that, and then return the items. Okay, what's happening now? Still not working. So let's sort criteria. Now let's do this. these are a bunch of ISO strings. And now I should be able to sort them. What the hell? Yeah, this is working. I'm still not using the sorted. Wait, am I actually using these sorted items? I already changed that, right? Sorted items. No. Log item rows. No, 59 is not correct. No, these are not sorted. What the hell? What is going on? Let's get the ISO string, but only the first 10. So these are unsorted. That's right. I do that again. Now these are sorted. Oh no, it's UI changing? Yeah, it is. So the IDs are changing. The date of birth are also changing. What the hell? So these items are sorted in here. But they're not sorted in here? Is that in any way possible? Console log item rows dot map row dot item dot date of birth dot to ISO string dot slice first 10. Now we're going to do the same thing with the props dot context dot declarations dot sorted items. And I'm going to do it like that. Yeah, those are not yeah, right now they're not sorted. That's okay. I do this. Oh, this is a mutation problem, I think. Wait. No, I don't need the slice. Ah, no, because there I push something into these item rows. Yeah, but that doesn't really matter. Does it? Orbital type equal to when this is an item row. Otherwise, just do nothing, please. So now they're not sorted. Now I do this. The first one is not sorted. Item rows is not sorted, but sorted as. Map array does not. No, that's not possible. It's really not possible that map array is preserving some old sort order. That doesn't make any sense. Because if you're sorting, and if you're sorting the UI, then the elements have to be sorted as well. So for some reason, this map array is not sorting the output is not sorting correctly. So if that would be true, we could do this console log item rows. Add one. So the first item row, because when we filter order type is item row, the first one should be the first one of that. Like that. What? Like that, okay. Yeah, so now I get true. Now I change the sorting and I get false. So maybe I killed it. Wait, let's try that out. Now it's working. Okay, so I'm killing map array by pushing something into the result of map array. I guess that's fair enough, because it persists some kind of internal state of the old elements, but now I changed the order of the old elements. So this is fair enough. So I have to do that like that. Yeah, so now the sorting looks much better. Now I can try again by do locale date string, but sort by will just return the date. Yeah, that's working. Great stuff. Okay, cool. Now the sorting works from a data point of view, data standpoint. Now I'm wondering if I should start with. Yeah, so let's try introducing some bugs. Dummy column 0. We are sorting by that dummy column, but now we are removing that and get an error. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We just have to be resilient that these lookups might fail. So now that is fixed. Can we render a column? No, this kind of cannot happen, I think. Same thing probably for the method. Oh no, that's not the problem. The problem is that I'm calling that, and here the result is undefined, of course. And then I'm not getting the key out correctly. So TypeScript should fix that here. And I wonder if I should enable the unsafe index access checks. Let's do that. Turn. Yeah, perfect. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that's good. So get column width should return declarations column key, get column width, or the global default. Like this. Yeah, this is always defined. We already checked that. We already checked. Did we? Let's be sure here. I think we already had some bugs there yesterday. So is that possible? Let's just do that. So 0 and 0, size 0. Let's add the default here. Just to be sure. So we are just iterating over the items. This will always be defined. Same here. And same here. I think we can just use that here. I think maybe we are going to add another state for the area so that we can reorder the columns from a data point of view, without the UI, but the data stuff. Add sort logic. Boom. So let's go to our grid context. Grid context. Grid context. Now we need a new state. Oh, we already have the state for that. So now we can, the order. No, we don't need the area by column key in the state, but the column, we need a list of column keys for each area. This is what leads to live in the state. Right? And I always have to build up the initial value correctly whenever I get new columns. Oh no, whenever I get new columns, I will just not display them at first. How will the state look for the order of the columns? So right now, the order is just defined by the list of the columns in here, minus the frozen ones, but the order is still then maintained. I think we should add. Wait, let me just try something. Okay. Perfect. Wait, let me check if that is working. Let's sort again by date of birth. And now let's refetch data. Yeah, great, that's working. So as soon as I refetch data, the sorting changes. I'm like creating a bunch of new cells because of course other rows are now visible or the cells are visible. So this is totally fine. But now back to our state for the thing. Yeah, I think it makes sense that when we add new columns via a state, that these columns are by default not visible. That you have to, because when you have a very minimalistic view where you have hidden many many cells. Oh no, wait, other. I think these stale states are a problem either way. Maybe this is something there that we have to make sure in our updates, in our update function here, that we make that we build a cleanup there. That we remove all old data from the state, all old column keys that are no longer applicable. So now we can have columns that are being added or removed at some point in time. So we could just leave the keys in the state, or we could make sure that the state is always cleaned up. So far, nothing breaks when we have old keys in our states. So I'm inclined to argue that this should also not break when we have keys in there where the columns no longer exist. So the area by column key is no longer what is correct, but we have column keys by area. which is record, what's that called again? Area thingy frozen column area, and string array. Like this. And now we need to initialize that correctly on mount. So in here, or in here, probably better. And we could do that anytime the columns are changed, but then I would throw away all old states. No, that's definitely not the way to go. So we are going to initialize that private init state. And in here we can do a cleanup, or we can load from local storage or something like that. Yeah, this is something that I want to do. So in here we are going to say the only thing that really needs to be initialized is the column keys by area right now. Now we get the derivations, we get all the columns. And those are all the available columns. And now we can just throw those into the state. So I say this dot update store draft for const c of columns draft dot column keys by area push 0 key, like that. Now we have this updated. Now let's do this here. This dot init state. Now the columns by area are kind of simple because we are just I'm going to use map values. There's no map values. I could build a map values. Okay, let's add map values. Library helpers. Oh, let's call it array helpers. Export function map values. T value. Mapper is value T value key. So we could use key off. I think we need to use key off. Like this, t new value, and this returns a new object, key in t object, t new value, like this. This. Okay, and now we are just going to say Key value of object.entries, object result key is gleich equal to mapper value key object. Return result. Like that. And now we can here just state column keys by area. And we're just saying keys dot map key. This dot derivations columns by key. Okay, let's move that out. Columns by key. Like this. Like this. Like this. Now we have columns by area. Access avoid. That's not okay. This will be okay. This is not okay because this is always there. What? Oh, okay. So this of course has to be that. Yeah, now it's working. Yeah, column template for each area. Perfect. So now by changing the state, this should already work, I guess. So now let's add functions to change the state. Move column. Key string. Place in is an area description stuff. Frozen column area. Place after string. Place before. When you add no place after, that means we are not after anything, so we are the first one. Place before is better, I think. Yeah, I think place before. I like place before more. Okay, so now I can just update store. For each area key, first we are going to remove the key, the key. So we are saying index is drop dot is that one, but with a filter. Yo. Like that. So now we removed it from everyone. And new index is... Oh no, that's not correct. Oh no, that's correct. It's cool. It's cool. Okay. Column keys by area, place in, index of place before, place before. Then we're going to do this. Then we should find this element. Otherwise, we are just adding it in the end, I think. Const target area is target area index of, like this. Otherwise, it should be placed to the end, so it's the same thing -1. And the new index is target area dot length. And now we can say target area dot splice new index 0 column key. And now I can move columns. Let's try that. Context dot move column. Let's move the name column in the area left and place before the ID column, please. Right? So we are moving something, but not the right thing. So now the unfrozen is moved. Let's add a debugger here. We want to move inside out to the left area like this. Okay. Let's go through this. We want to move name in the left area before the ID column. So we are first going to remove all of them. That's okay. Now the name is gone. That's okay. Target area is the frozen area. That's perfect. New index is index 0. And now I'm splicing it, the target area. Oh, no, add new index. I want to remove nothing and index insert the column key. Now we have name ID. This is working. So now we should have context dot derivation dot columns by area. Now name ID. Yeah, okay, this is working. So far so good. Yeah, so this is not correct because these are all columns, but I need to do it like this. Props dot context dot derivations columns by area left unfrozen And right. Cool, cool, cool. It's working. Now let's do that. Let's move that into the unfrozen areas to the end. Working perfectly fine. And the cells get rebuilt. Yeah, that's okay, because we are moving DOM nodes from one DOM container to another DOM container, but we are moving them within the DOM container. Move column name to unfrozen before country, please. It works, and we don't get any rebuild stuff. Okay, so now we can, from the data point of view, we can reorder columns already and move them into those frozen areas. That's working already. That's great. Yeah, exactly. When I add dummy columns, now it's not working because they are not visible. So what I have to do is app. Whenever I click the button to add stuff, I also have to move this column to the visible areas. So in here, I have to say context, move column. Okay, of course I need the new key. So dummy count -1, I think. I have 1 in there. Yeah, the index 0. Yeah, that's okay. To the unfrozen area in the end, please. So what is your problem? We need that. Okay, and now we have the problem that we are removing a column where we still have the same thing in the state. So we have to handle that. Where's the problem right now in get column width? Get column width. What? Inside of our grid, get column width. So we're getting called with undefined here. So we still have, yeah, we have to filter here. Filter Boolean. Yeah, now it's working. Great, great, great. And the width, I think, should persist. Yeah, it persists because it's another state that is not being cleaned up, same as these states. They're not cleaned up as well. Okay. So what are we able to do now? We are able to resize our column. We are able to define cell renderers. And our columns are completely dynamic. So we can add and remove columns as we like, as we wish. Okay, let's look at the plan. So column resizing is working, sorting is working from a data point of view. Base setup for the grid is done. We have some basic styling. Header menu is still something that is open. So let's add that to day 4. I think we will push header menu back to day 5. I think we will, tomorrow we will work on the logic for grouping and filters. Grouping aggregations and filters. This should, in theory, be very easy to do. So I think this is really something that we can do in, I don't know, like 2 hours, I think. Maybe 3 hours, because grouping is a bit complex to build up the groups. But when we have that, then the aggregations and filters and stuff like that should be quite easy. So then maybe we could add one more part, and this will be, we could start auto generation. This is something I think that we have to drop, but maybe we want the column editor. This might be something that we want to do. So like this thing here on the right, let's zoom in a bit. This thing here is, I think, the next part that we are going to do, because this is really, it's required to really work with the UI, to work with the columns. And then when we have this one interface where we have grouping, where we have the sorting and stuff, and then we only need UIs for filters. But this is then already done. And maybe this is even, maybe this could even be something that we skip, because maybe we don't even need another dialog for the grouping stuff, because when we don't even need the header menu. So the last thing for the menu really is the filters and sort thing that is then still remaining. So tomorrow we have to start on the header menu. And day 5 we will finish header menu, clean up, and a readme. Yeah, so this is basically the plan for the next 2 days. We are okay in the time frame, in our planned deadlines. We are a bit delayed because I think the virtualized table was slowed us down quite a bit, and the base setup slowed us down quite a bit. But I have a feeling now that it's quite a solid foundation where you really have lots and lots of flexibility to add features to that, so that you can customize this grid to your likings. When we're going to add groups, we need to work with styles as well. Let's see how they are. Working with styles here. So when you scroll to the right, then you really cannot differentiate between the groups as well. Yeah, so they even, yeah, when you scroll to here, you don't even know how on what level you are and on what level these numbers are. So when you have, let's sum the February numbers. Yeah, then you have no idea that, I can't even tell. Yeah, that this is the sum of that, and this is the sum of that. So you're totally losing that information, where we oftentimes try to differentiate between the groups with colors. But I think we are going to do it like this, where we have this tree at the beginning, and this will always be frozen, I think. Yeah, I think this will always be frozen, so that you are kind of forced to so that you can always see the groups, and then maybe we can really skip the colors, and maybe we add a zebra thing like that. Maybe add a class for that, but I think we will keep it simple for now, as styling goes. Oh, this is so cool. This is such a cool baseline that we have right now, that it's so easy to add feature after feature after feature. So you could add another row right here where you have like headings for the columns. You could add these hierarchical column templates right now that are completely dynamic because we have this dynamic columns function where you can just use any state that you want. So we don't even need anything in the state. In our React world, we always had to attach a state to the template, but now we can just keep that outside of the grid itself and just pass that through with a signal, and it's just working. Okay. Then we have a plan for tomorrow. Logic for grouping and aggregations and filters, and maybe we're going to start with the header menu. But so far I'm really happy how we are getting along, and this is really something that you can use in real world projects where you can adjust and extend the features, because not many features of the remaining features are within the grid library. Many of those features are around the library and can be added in userland. So there's really no need to finish everything on the list, because lots of those things can be done in userland and will just be more comfortable if we supply some helpers. Okay, then I guess this is it for today. Thanks a lot for watching. Thanks a lot for sticking through another 6 hours with me. And then I wish you a very nice evening, and I hope that I will see you all tomorrow.